Turns out that it helps if you turn the camera on. It's like I'm going to start a How to Stream 101 class, how to be a successful streamer. Step 1, turn your camera on. One second, I don't have my phone. I need to text my wife. There's a cat who is very hungry. Very hungry. All right. All right. I'm attending the class. I'm attending the class, Russell. Touche. Touche. Definitely attending. All right. Let's jump into it. So I think today we're going to focus on prompt engineering. Now, I don't know how this is pitting each one against each other because maybe they prompt engineer differently, but we're going to give it a try and see what we can do with a little bit of prompt engineering. I was looking over what we did yesterday with a little bit of prompt engineering, and I was thinking if we really wanted to do this, we could write this really technically. So yesterday we tried to take away the confusing stuff like about the elf and the things, and for the most part, it came up with the same code, which I guess was nice in the theory that all of the garbage about the trajectory that you landed and no snow and all that stuff didn't really affect what it did. So that's good, but it's also bad because it didn't work. So step 1, I was thinking, was to actually take this and write it very technically, as our first prompt engineering. I guess I could have actually written it. I didn't. This is part of the fun. All right, so we want to solve this game. Okay. So instead of writing it like this, I'm going to write it a little bit more like a LeetCode code question. Given a list in the form of given a text file, each line is a possible... Oh. Maybe I need to read a LeetCode. Maybe I need to read a LeetCode. Code of silence. I thought this was going to be easier to rewrite this. I mean, probably is. All right, problems. Let's see here. Thanks. I just want to get the wording, the style. Let's pick add 2 numbers. I guess I've done this one. All right, you're given 2 non-empty linked lists representing 2 non-negative integers. Oh, you know what? I did not update the titles. It still says day 2. What will people think we're doing? Day 3. We're doing day 3. All right. Okay, so thinking about it, I don't know that we need to say given All right, let me just say it out loud. Okay, so you're given each of these games. Each line is a game, and each semicolon separates out different roles, different grabs, different there are a unknown number of colored cubes. A number of colored cubes in a sack. Every round, a random number of them are pulled out and observed. You know what? We're going to write this in a Google Doc so that my spelling isn't the end of the... Don't want to let you see the video I'm working on. Okay, we're going back now. All right, let's see. Oh no, not that way. All right, an unknown number of colored cubes. There are an unknown number of colored cubes in a sack. So I was actually thinking we could remove the sack and everything, but it ends up being easier to explain it this way. But I feel like the optimal solution is forget the sack, just like actually describe the problem. We'll do it this way just because it's easier for me to wrap my mind around it, because giving it, like, writing it technically is going to be maybe a little bit harder. Also, the word game is in the input, like game 1, game 2. So there are an unknown number of colored cubes in a sack. Every round, a random number of them are pulled out and observed. These are documented in a text file. Every game is on a new line. Separated from the rounds by a colon. Let's see. Separated by a colon. Every game is on a new line separated by a colon. Each round is separated by a semicolon. One thing that I do want to test is if this or this is better. Like, which one is better for AIs? Like, does I don't know. I don't know if it makes a difference or not. So I think it's something that we should try to come up with a simple thing to test that. A simple experiment. Not this, but something simpler, obviously. Okay, so each round is separated by a semicolon. Some of the rounds were misrecorded, and are not possible. Write a algorithm to determine if a game is possible if what was the if? If only 12 red cubes, 13 green cubes, and 14 blue cubes were put in the sack. Do we want to test with and without an example of the input? I think not an example of the input. We need the example of the input. I think. What would be interesting to me though is if we need an example of like an actual working, here we have here. We actually have like the whole explanation of what this would add up to. I'm also making this a little bit simpler, and I think this is where they were getting the AIs, is they actually want you to sum, not list the games that were working. But I'm trying to simplify and get a prompt engineer where we can actually just like, okay, one line, we can sum all of these together. If it can give us the game IDs, and then we can work from there and expand and work on it. Example of a game. All right. ChatGPT. Oh, we already had ChatGPT. Oh, well. I have it open again. The only thing I didn't write here was in... What language should we have it do it in this time? Should we do C#? What are you writing for work nowadays, Russell? What language? We'll do that one. Ton of JSON and Liquid. Okay, I know that I said we would try some Liquid templates, but I don't think that Liquid templates are going to solve this. So we'll try some C#. We haven't tried some C#, so we'll set up a C# project. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to copy one of these already set up C# projects that I did earlier. Ooh, 8 is out? Okay, so watch the stream go goodbye. You know what? Honestly, Russell, I still have some dropped frames, but it's gotten way better since earlier this week. So, and I know that Spectrum hasn't finished the stuff that they wanted to do. So I want to say that it is getting better, but now that I said that, I'll. I mean, that's good and bad to know. Like, I like problems that I can solve. It actually really annoys me when it's like somebody else's problems, because then there's just nothing I can do about it. It's like, you're going to have a bad experience and there's nothing I can do about it. And like, I'm just forced to live with it. And like, don't get me wrong, I get big distributed systems, they're hard. And I'm not like pointing fingers or saying like I would have done better. I'm merely saying like, I hate it when it's just not something I can do. And then I feel like I say sorry, and then it's like, I'm saying sorry for Spectrum or Twitch, and it's like, but it's not my fault, but I'm sorry that you guys have to suffer with it. It doesn't really affect me. All right, so yay. What is the... Let's see if ChatGPT can tell us. We'll ask over here. What is the Arch package for C#? Mono? I didn't think you had to use mono anymore. Is it still mono? You don't have to. Okay, so it's wrong. Okay. I was gonna say, I thought that when they open sourced the .NET, you didn't have to use mono anymore. .NET host. Thank you. I didn't run update before the stream. I did run it yesterday, so hopefully there's not too much. When I said that, you know, obviously there's just a ton from yesterday. I ran it yesterday morning. Well, this could negatively affect stream and not be Twitch fault. 1 second. I tried to get somebody to ban me on Twitch. So far hasn't worked. Or not Twitch, ban me on Twitter. They said they were getting mad because they were complaining about Windows, and I guess a lot of people were just like replying with just use Linux. And they were like, if anybody says just use Linux without the context of why I'm using Windows, I'm just gonna ban them. And so I said, just use Arch. You can't say don't. I didn't say what they told me not to say. I stayed away from it. I can't help myself sometimes. Yeah, I don't think I need ASP.NET Core. Is it ASP.NET Core? That's so long. That's such... Yeah, I mean, it rolls right off the tongue. It just... All right, where did I say write an algorithm? I want to do it. Write an algorithm in C#. Maybe write an app. I'm going to do write an app. Write an app in C# to determine if the game is possible. It's very lengthy. It's very lengthy, but we will try it. All right, so we have day 3. I put it in day 2 because right now we're working on day 2. This is more of the day. This is more of the day that we of Advent of Code, at least this folder structure, not the day we're working on. All right, so I think we can just pop this in there. We're still, I'm telling you, Max, it was before of all the AI stuff. It was the day that we started. So this is, I guess it was Friday that I did a full update. Friday. Not yesterday. All right. I think that's fine. I think that's because we're updating it. Okay, let's see. We have our main function update. Okay, yeah, we'll just do new file. We'll just call it game data. .txt. I try to change as little as possible. Let's get how do I get the Oh, I think it's the same one right here. Okay. Cool. Awesome. We're chugging still. We're working. We'll while that's working, let's just step through what it did, what it gave us. So it's reading all lines. I don't love big try catches. I'm gonna be a little picky here. I don't know C# though. This might be exactly how you're supposed to do it. The reason I say I don't love these is there could be multiple things that fail in here, and this is catching all of them. So like, yeah, it's harder to debug. Like if you have to use try catch, I like to do it around the thing that needs to be done around, and just, I know that makes this a little bit more difficult because of scope, but you do have exception types, yes, but generally you do this, which you just catch all of them. Just any exception. Now, again, I'm not a C# expert. I was just wrapping everything with the generic exception. I'm not a big fan of. I guess on the flip side, if I was going to play devil's advocate, this is nicer than handling every single option and, you know, like in Rust, you have to handle all the options and the results. And if somebody will pipe up and say you can use the question mark to, you know, implicitly return early on those, and that's fine. But if you have options and results in the same function, then you can only do it for one of those because your function can only return an option or a result. So I could see that this is more convenient sometimes. Yeah, it's different. It's different styles. And it does depend on if you want to exit early. Yep. Okay, so maybe I did this wrong. Okay, no. Okay, so for each line is a game. It's splitting out this, but it didn't split the game out from it. So we need to prompt this a little bit better. It didn't quite get it. Because this line has game : at the beginning. like this. So it's going to have this as the first one. We'll see if they... Okay, so it's splitting right on the comma. So once it has the rounds, it's then splitting on comma. So for each round in the rounds, it's splitting on the comma. For each cube in cubes. And then it's checking if it contains red. Parsing on this. It's selecting the wrong... Oh, no, it's selecting the right one. It's selecting the first. So this all actually looks really good. The only problem is the game. It didn't parse the game out. Other than that, this all looks good. Oh no, it didn't do a greater than or less than. So it's not getting the... this happened the other day as well. It's not getting the difference in... Is it possible? When you ask if it's possible, it's not an exact comparison. They just need to be less than. Close. Close. So how can we help it with these two things? If we're gonna do this, it needs to parse the game out. Yes, absolutely, Russell. That's what I was trying to do, is like come up with what needs to be adjusted. I'm going to... There's two different ways to do this. I'm going to try to ask it to update the code. That's what we'll try first. And then we'll just try a new one with a different prompt to see if that has any different effect. This code fails to parse the game and game number text out. That's a bad way of saying that. What are we actually asking? This code failed to parse the game. The game needs to be parsed and not checked as a color. This feels not greatest prompt. What are we saying? We're saying that here it needs to parse out the I don't like how I'm saying this. I'm not a mighty wordsmith. Let's think. I got it. The game and its number should be removed before parsing the rounds. Does that sound good? I was trying to be short and succinct. Let's maybe do this. The above the code you wrote has an issue. The game and its number should be removed before parsing the rounds. Remove from the string before parsing the rounds. Does that sound good? I'm gonna give it a try. You are correct. All right, this. I like it. They put a comment in there. Nice. Let's see. Interesting. Nice. I'm going to copy the whole thing just to make sure they didn't change anything else. But I think they addressed it. All right. So now when we get in here for the line at I, a question. Is there not a for loop? Did we need an iterator? I just feel like we should, like, this is C#, right? There should be a for line in lines, right? We can do this, yeah? Well, I mean, it has a for loop like this, but I'm saying, can you do it like this, where, like, if this has an iterator, you can just do for line in lines? Is this valid? Okay, so it does have it. I would have preferred to see this. There's no reason to actually get an iterator, right? I'm being a little nitpicky, but like, this has less foot guns than this does. Oh, is it var? Okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm not a. But again, and I get. TypeScript uses of. Actually, do you know what it would be good for me to do? Is actually, I think you've hit it. I need to do. Maybe I'll do this in January. I need to do Advent of Code in TypeScript because I need to, like, I always just stumble into a TypeScript file and change the things that I need to, but I don't really understand it. And I think that would be really good for me. I think that would actually be good for me, just to force me to write things with it, like actual things. Instead of, like, most of the time I'm just updating it or Googling this specific thing. I suck at TypeScript. Okay, let's see. Okay, but again, this is being nitpicky. I just wanted to make sure that it had it. To me, it says I don't know the language quite as well. This has more foot guns, but it's fine. All right, let's go run this. Wait. Oh, we're in day 2. That's right. I didn't put it in day 3. Okay, and this, it's net core. I ran that at some point. So I have some version of ASP.NET Core. Let's see. .NET Run, I think, is what I want. An issue was encountered verifying workloads. You must install or update .NET to run this application. .NET workload update. You must install or update .NET to run this application. Oh, this app, I copied this code, this project, and it's probably a .NET 7 project. And I have .NET 8. I don't want to download that. You know what we're going to do? We're just going to delete this, and we're just going to start a new we're going to nuke this. And watch us. Oh, wait. Cancel. I want that game data. Delete that. Delete that. .NET new. New? Is it new? New. It is new. .NET. I should have just gone with new. .NET new. Winter AI games. I thought that an alias of .NET new template name. Oh, I don't have a template. Okay. Can I just do new with... I don't want to do a template name. Can I just do .NET new? Oh, I need... Okay, it's a console. Short name. .NET new console. It's not wanting like the name of your project. It's wanting the name. I got it. Well, that was not quite as clean as it could have been. Now I still think that we have a error in this. I just wanted to see that it actually runs. Okay. Yeah. We still have a problem. And we have this problem because it did the same thing with... Okay, one, it's accumulating, and two, it's comparing. So let's ask it to fix this. There is another issue. You are accumulating each round when we should only track the largest draw of a color. Let me think about that. There's another issue. You are accumulating each round when you should only track the largest... I say draw here, but that maybe is a little... largest value for any one color. I think, yeah, we'll see. I'm just doing one issue at a time. And I realize I could actually fix this really easily. Like this at this point is actually, you know, just, it's a quick check here. You could do it in a tertiary statement. You could do it in an if statement just to see if it's larger, or if it is, assign it. And then doing this. It's gotten it really close, but I am trying to prompt engineer, especially because there are cases when you might not know. Geeson ML. Nice to have you on board. What's up? What are you up to? We are doing the winter games of the AIs where we're pitting a bunch of AIs. This year, it was a bloody fight, and they all lost. Not one of them walked away winning. We had to disqualify all of them. So now we're practicing some prompt engineering so I can make a YouTube video on how to leverage AIs well, coding AIs, if you're going to try. So what is it about? There's been a lot of fear around programming AIs and whatnot, and there's also been a lot of claims with synthetic benchmarking around what. Yeah, Twitch chat is winning at the moment, is beating all the AIs. But there's a lot of synthetic benchmarks. So when these AI companies release, there was Code Llama and there's the Llama 2 and all of those things. There's these synthetic benchmarks that they run all of them through. And they only, on some of them, they only train on half or 3/4 of the data set. But the data sets are all the same. And then they try to use the other portion of those data sets to validate that the previous training was good. And that's how they tell how good it is. But I think that those synthetic benchmarks are pretty bad at telling real world use case of how good the AIs are. So that was what we set out initially to solve, was how good are these AIs? And that's what we're trying to figure out. Thank you, Genshin, for the follow. There might be an alert. Did it die on us? Was there an alert? I need to check on that thing. We can check on. But yeah, so that's what we're doing. And basically, all the AIs have failed all of the tests so far. They haven't been able to handle human tasks that would be fairly easy for a junior developer to do in big form. Now, what I think you can do is you can break it down. If you're an engineer and know how to break it down, you can break it down and get the AIs to do what you want. You just have to be a good engineer first. And that's what we're learning. And so I'm gonna make a YouTube video on how to really use these as an engineer. And that's what we're learning right now. So yeah, if you did not get an alert, let's go see if that is running. I have Twitch alerts. They're my own Twitch alerts, and they're powered by machine learning. It is running. I don't agree, and I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why in just a second. I want to see why this alert didn't go up, and I'm a little annoyed. I think Twitch has had problems. Its website, it keeps dying on me. I'm sorry. Twitch's connection with me just keeps dropping. And now, in theory, this should reconnect, but this used to go months with no problem, and now it's only going a day without needing to reconnect. So I'm going to disagree with the statement as programmers are going to go away as they are, and I think I draw that from historical things. In general, humans kind of want to be creative. They kind of want to do these things. If you go 500 years ago, 95 out of 100 people were farmers. Now, we have worked to optimize farming. Now, everybody could say that all the farming jobs went away. That's not entirely true. There's fewer farmers needed to do the same job. That is true. On a magnitude unthinkable in most industries. But the fact is, not many people wanted to be farmers. It's not like most people's dream to farm. It is some people's dream, and that's fine. I'm not hating on that. I'm just saying it's not a lot of people's dream to be farmers. With me as a software engineer, I like to build things and I like to work with computers. The writing code, this part is just a means to an end. I enjoy finely crafted code as much as the next person, but I also don't have to write an if statement to feel validated. If there's something that generates the if statement that I need, that's more power to it. We can even do that with looking at modern languages. Rust, which is my personal favorite, we write a lot of Rust here. Rust, TypeScript, Python, you name whatever your modern language is, it's way better than assembly. It's leaps and you are leaps and bounds more productive writing in those languages than you are writing in assembly. Leaps and bounds, orders of magnitude more productive. It's the same type of thing. Is it going to make us more productive? Hopefully. It's not there yet, but hopefully it makes us more productive. But the thing is, if you cut out the engineer that actually knows the system to design, the AI can't design the system. We've proven that over and over again at this point, is they're woefully lacking in actually being able to design a even moderately simple system. There's my, I don't know if that's a hot take or a unpopular opinion. There it is. The other thing that we've pretty much proven at this point is that they're incapable of doing things they weren't trained on. Which means that for them to do the thing, it already has had to been done, which means you were just going to copy and paste it off of Stack Overflow. So it just means that instead of going to Stack Overflow, you got a quicker Stack Overflow response. I don't know. What do you think? Okay, so we still have the accumulator issue. Did they fix it? Did they fix it? Ah, they did fix it. Perfect. I appreciate your patience. You are correct. I appreciate your clarification. It's very polite, very polite. All right, we have one last problem with this piece of code. We'll copy it over here just to look at it. One last copy. It incorrectly checked. And here's a really good example. This code was 60% there. It's a simple, it was simple, fairly well engineered sentence on exactly what to do. I think any junior engineer should have been able to do this. And it failed in 3 pretty reasonably easy to fix places. Now, we're getting it to fix it, but the only way I could tell it to fix it, I didn't even have to run it. I could look at the code. They were pretty obvious mistakes. But we're getting it to fix it. Okay, so the last thing that we need to do is we need to fix this comparison. So we need to make sure that it's equal to or less than. It doesn't comprehend, and I guess none of these AIs comprehend anything. That's not what the transformer models, the GPT models do. But what it's missing is that we're checking if it's possible, and it's possible if the number is less than. So let's try to prompt that. When checking if a game is possible, it should be possible if the number is less than or equal to the max allowed. Now, again, at this point, it's actually easier just to change these, but we're trying to see how well these prompt engineers. I have not used 4, but we have used Copilot. And Copilot is based off of 4, right? Copilot doesn't do anything better than 3.5. We've tried quite a few, from Q, Code Whisper, Copilot, Cody. When we're using Cody, I forget which one we're using. Tab 9, Starcoder. If you think it would make a huge difference, I can upgrade to Plus for this month. Let's see if it fixed it. Yeah, this should work. Makes a big difference. All right. So you think ChatGPT 4 is better than Copilot based off of ChatGPT 4? I just want to make sure alerts are working. Sweet. Alerts. You know what, Genshin? If you do me the favor, go ahead and unfollow and refollow so that you get, this actually goes to a database. You get your generated follow message. I don't want you to miss out on that. It's a special thing that you get for following. You also get a sad AI and a 7-finger Mockingjay salute. Yeah. We were going to go into... There you go. In the realm of Genshin ML. Ancient mystical... They made you a realm? They made you a realm. The AI made you a realm. That's fantastic. That is fantastic. Well, usually it doesn't make the person a realm, but that's pretty awesome. You get those but yeah, everybody gets their own custom one. Let me go see how hard it is to upgrade to ChatGPT 4. $20 a month. Oh, it's a wait list. I can't just sign up for the Plus plan? What garbage? Never mind. I can't even do it. It's a wait list. Genshin, do you have it? If you do, can you take this message? I can't send it to you because it's too long. The examples aren't in here, but can you take that and see if it's just effectively day 2, part 1 of Advent of Code. So it's just day 2. We just simplified the wording to make it easier for the AIs to understand. All right. And we've been trying a bunch of languages. We are trying at this point in C#. Not all right. So it I think it's working correctly, but at this point it's missing the adding all the game numbers. Can we parse the game numbers that would work and add them all together. I do have a Discord. Genshin, you could join. If you have Discord, you could join the Discord and send it to me. The private message only had a very little bit. Very little bit. You know what? Doing at Discord would be great. If you go to my... if you make it out of full screen mode, there is the link to the Discord there. You know what? That would be really great if it... You know what? I can just copy this link for you. Look. It's almost like Nightbot replied to you without Nightbot. Nightbot could respond to the Discord. You're absolutely right. Let's update that really quickly. Just general or random. We have a live stream channel that if you wanted to throw it on there, that would be great. Let me, command, let's see, custom one. Oh wait, there is a Discord one. Never mind. It's already there. Check it out. All right. This code looks much. This code is interesting. Let's check it out. So, I mean, this is probably good. It actually breaks it out into the different games and iterates over them and it makes a function. This is what we're seeing out of Copilot. So Copilot, I think, is working more off of this, where it actually tries to do some better programming. Is game possible? So this made the same mistake. This made the same mistake ChatGPT 3 did. It didn't separate the game out. So it didn't separate out the game, which was a mistake it made. So this is going to be wrong. This, I don't know why they accumulate. Like, I don't know what this is doing. This split on this, but it's a number. It's not an accumulation. This is garbage, to be honest. If red is less than 0, what? I don't know. This is actually possibly worse than ChatGPT 3.5. Quite possibly worse. Let's ask Copilot. We're just going to comment this out. We'll ask Copilot the same question. Yeah, I can send you this in Discord. This is what I asked ChatGPT 3. Oh, wow. See, I think Copilot is using 4 for sure, because it does the same breaking out. It just seems to be a little bit better than GPT. Now, this is something. In our summer games, ChatGPT 3.5 was better than Copilot. But I think it's flipped this last time. At least they're really, really close. It's hard. And and Copilot, I think, look at this, got the game, and split the game out, nice. Got the rounds out of the right part. This looks good. Now, it made mistakes again. And the mistake here is it's accumulating instead of, I don't know why they all do this. This needs to just not be accumulating. And then this first time somebody didn't do equals. Most of the time they've just done double equals. First time that they've gotten this right. So this only has a small error. Basically, they need to check if this was the greatest one or not. Oh, yeah, version 2. Post it in the live stream chat there, and I'll take a look at it. So this is again, I think Copilot. I mean, I know that Copilot is on ChatGPT 4, and I think Copilot is probably by far, not by far, but pretty close to the best one at this point for code. Let me see. I'm going to just chat. This is Copilot. ChatGPT 4. Take 1. ChatGPT 3. 3 prompts to solve. I had to prompt it 3 times. All right, and this is 4. Take 2. Okay. You know what? I'm not a lover of C#, but I do like, to me at least, how easy it is for me to read and understand. Maybe that's because I learned on C++ and it's similar to it, and so I'm familiar to those. It's a lot easier than some languages that I don't know to just read and understand the logic that's going in. Python was the one that hurt me the most. They have things like zip, and I learned what zipping was, which is actually kind of a cool thing. Like, it does a cool thing, but I never knew what it did. So, yeah. All right, so we read the input. Let's see, games. Okay, so I'm not sure what it's doing here. So we have the input, read the text file, and then we split. I am not entirely sure what this is doing. So here we did for lines in lines. So like we read all lines, and this is read all text. So I don't know what read all text does, but I'm assuming it makes one big string. And then we're splitting on the word game. Okay. That's fine. This seems reasonable. Remove empty and in Python, I always feel like I'm programming badly. Yeah. The cool thing was that Copilot actually was leveraging the languages, which I'm assuming ChatGPT 4 would be as well. So it was using these things like zip and things like that to actually use them in a correct manner too. So that was interesting. Now they still failed. It failed to solve the problem, but it was using them correctly. Okay, this is interesting. So I think they're splitting on game. Now what will be interesting is if it actually gets the number right. Nope, this, wait a second. For each game in games, split on colon. Oh, wait, this is right. This is right. Okay, so then it's going to parse out the first part, and then the second part is this part. Okay, so far, so good. So far, so good. It's going to split up the rounds. For each round in rounds, red, green, blue, matches. This should work. I would not have used regex to solve this. Not my first go-to. The thing is, they're already needing to they're already needing to split it up. Wait, I'm not sure if this works. What is matches.groups? What? I don't know how this matches works. Because is this going to work? Because it's like this. It's 4 red. And if this matches 4 red, it would just be a singular thing, right? It's not going to split the 4 and the red. Unless of this space. Does matches break it up based off of the space? IntelliSense is not working. Let's run this and see. It's accumulating, screwed up again, and it did greater than, but not less than. Oh, wait. Red is the number. Yeah, it's actually flipped this. It should be less than or equal to, and it just did greater. It screwed up these two things. It's screwing up the same things that ChatGPT. So the thing is, ChatGPT 4 and Copilot fail at the same things that ChatGPT 3 did. It does better code. It made this a function instead of doing it all in one line. It did it, but it still failed at the exact same thing. It's accumulating like it did previously, and this is actually maybe worse. So the other one was doing equal to, but this is actually. Wait, no, never mind. Maybe this is right. Maybe this one actually worked because they're returning false. Never mind. I spoke too soon. I stand corrected. It got this part right. So if red is greater than the maximum allowed, it's false. This is actually correct. So it got this correct. It just got this wrong. Okay. It got one of them correct. It's an improvement. Still wrong. And I'm not entirely sure what this does. Let's actually run it and see. Let's run it and see. I'm not entirely sure the regex is the right thing. I don't understand. I don't understand what these groups are. I'm not getting any IntelliSense here. I don't write C#, so obviously this is giving it the different matches that it finds. So it's returning all the matches that match this. But then there's these groups. I don't know what these groups are, so we're just going to run this, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to do, what is it, console.print? Print. How do I write? Maybe it's console.write line. Okay. Can we just do match? Can we just do that? Semicolons at the end? Okay. Not entirely sure. Why is the switch case? Why is it wrong? This is accumulating. So what this is doing right here is it will add 4 red, and then it will add 1 red, and then it will add, or again on this one, you know, it will add 2 green, then 3 green, but these are different pools. So this is just the max that they pulled at any one time. And so what the challenge is, what it's asking it to do is see if you can tell that this wouldn't work, because, you know, there's only 13 green cubes. So this one would work because you never pull more than 13 green cubes. If we look at the game data here, we can look at this one. We know this one wouldn't work because 17 blue cubes were pulled, and that's more than the number. So it's not an accumulation, it's a max. We want to find the largest pool of red. So in this case, it would be 4. In this case, the largest pool of red would be 1, which means it's possible. That's what we're looking for. So, you know, this one is not possible because 17 blue cubes are inherently more than 14. And if you only have 14 blue cubes in the bag, then that's it. So it's not an accumulation. Accumulation is wrong. That's why this is incorrect here. I can't get it to compile. One second. I'm not a C# person. Sorry. I think I screwed something up though. Does it not give you the line number? It's expecting a semicolon. Where? I put a semicolon here. This is the only thing I did. Is it wanting a semicolon here? Oh, wait. It does give me a line number. Sorry. I haven't read C# for a long time. 69. Oh, wait. This is up here? 1. I should have done this. Wait, at 69, how is it wanting a semicolon at 69? It's not a thing. I'm an idiot because it's this. All right, 249. My bad. 249. Let's see. Wants a semicolon here. Did it not finish the curly braces? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Dude, this code is all sorts of jacked. This is the ending for this curly brace. This code is all sorts of jacked. Oh, this is the curly brace for this if statement. Genshin, I think ChatGPT 4 just vomited on you. Did I copy it wrong? Let me make sure that I copied it right. Maybe I screwed it up on maybe I copied it wrong. I don't know how I would copy it wrong, but that is okay. The only thing that I did, this is correct. Okay. Sorry, I must have somehow screwed that up. The only thing that I did here was I wanted to see what these groups were. So I just did console.writeLine match. I mean, we can take this out if you think my right line is screwing stuff up. Uh, 249. I think this is valid, right? You don't have to put the curly brace if it's just one line. I think that's a C# thing. This was expected, 249. This was expected, 249, 249. It's really upset about this. That looks correct. All of those look correct. Oh, dude, it's not correct. There's no or ands between these. The original is not good. Oh, it doesn't copy correctly. The original does have... no, the original doesn't have. The original's not good, dude. In Discord, these are missing. Not compilable code. That's actually worse. You should put it in a code block when you do it. Is it in a code block? No, you didn't put it in a code block. It's 3 ticks. It's right under the tilde. So it's just 3 of these things. I can't send it because it expects me to finish it. Just 3 of these things. And then you put 3 at the end to say that you're done. Okay, so it did like this. Okay, good, good, good. Oh, did it? Okay, it changed what file it was going to. Game data. Nice. Now, I think that's right. I want to see what this is. Oh, I mean, this number is wrong. No, that number is wrong. The right... Oh, no, it's right. It's right. That can't be right. You can't accumulate. It's still wrong. No, this is wrong. If it's accumulating. I don't know. This is wrong. Because if it's going... Oh, wait. 1 second. For each round in rounds. So for every round... Nah. No. Okay, so this is really bad. Because I understand how it works. They're looking at each round here. And so this never accumulates because there's only ever 1 red. This is incorrect because it leads a person to believe the wrong thing about this code. And the other weird thing here is that they're... okay. I see now. Yeah. So for each round, then they're looping over the 3 known things. You actually know each 3 of them, which you don't need to do that either. Because now you're doing a for each loop when there's actually just specifically 3 possibilities. I guess the for each loop is fine, but the accumulation is wrong. So it's checking then all of those and returning false for this round, or for any of the rounds if it's greater. No, this should be wrong because it returns down here. So red. Oh no, this is just one round. Again, this is screwing up. It shouldn't be an accumulation. No, this should be an equal. The saving grace of it is that it can only have red once in a round. But it should be this. And I mean, this will work. What other ones have done, and that would screw up a lot of stuff, because what the other ones have done was, because they did it for the cubes in a whole round, the accumulation actually did screw them up. But I mean, like, they haven't fixed that. It shouldn't have been an accumulation. They got lucky. This was lucky. Also, I find it hard to believe that you typed in what I had here, because I didn't actually ask it to add up the games, just to identify the rounds. You find it clean code to do things wrong? That's very interesting. That's a very interesting. This is wrong. It's not an accumulation. I don't find that clean code at all. I'm sorry. All right. This did get the closest to doing it pretty well. And it did get the right answer. Did you put the whole... Did you just copy and paste this? You sent this whole thing to it? Okay. That's pretty impressive. I will have to say that is the best that any of them have done. Would you do me a favor and send all of day 1, part 1? I'd like to see what it would do. Just straight. All right. Well, I am on the wait list. But you realize that these types of tasks are at the level of jobs of average programmers? No. No. I hardly disagree. I mean, I handily disagree. I've never done this for my job. I've done a lot of stuff and I've never done this. I think people miss the idea that this isn't what developers do. A lot of us design applications, and applications that work together and scale and have specific needs. The thing is, we're asking it they're struggling at a very simple but very well-defined problem. Okay? The thing is, what does your boss do? It says, hey, Merrick, can you go and add this API? And it needs to return this information. Now, in your system, where does it get that information? Is it a database? Is it multiple databases? Is it another service? Where does it get it from? At this point, the AI would need to be trained on all of your stuff as well, but like all of your infrastructure, not just all of your code, because that's maybe a little bit different. Because it needs to know your database schemas. Another thing that would be horrifying is if it tried to directly connect to a database that wasn't its. It needs to follow your, do you do message passing in an event-based system? And if you do an event-based system, how does it interact with that? Those are what we do a lot of the time. The code is inconsequential. This is what I guess for me, the code I write is nothing interesting. It's how all of it works together that becomes difficult. What do you mean release GPT to companies? Companies can use it. It's released. Why would a machine be better than a machine? Why would a human be better than a machine to manage a database? I don't think it would be. That's not my statement. See, one of the things that machines do very well are be very accurate. And one of the things that humans do very well is fuzzy data. I think that too often we try to pass fuzzy data as they both have their pluses and minuses. Fuzzy data is good at some things, but it's really bad at other things. Fuzzy data is terrible at repeatability. And if I want something to manage a database, I want it to be repeatable. What we're trying to do with the transformers here, with GPTs, is replicate fuzzy data. And that's good on some terms, especially in conversational types of things. But it's not what I want to manage my database. By far, no. Let's do this. Watch this experiment. I think they're having a few problems, but write me a if statement that checks a string for the value Merrick and the value Bob. Now, if I asked you to do this, you would come back and ask me some stuff. Did I want it in Python? I don't know. Are there requirements for any of this? Doesn't matter. Another thing here that you're going to notice of course it does. Of course it does. It will give you a different response. It actually got the code the same. I have had it give the code differently, but all the words are different, which is part of the answer. And this is that fuzzy logic. And you want fuzzy logic managing your database? I don't think that's great. I get it. It was a simple demonstration that's... Now, if you're saying that you want code that will be repeatable, I don't think that's the GPT system. I could be wrong. I'm happy to be wrong. But I don't think GPTs are going to be your repeatable thing that is going to sit there and monitor the output of your database and then run stuff on it. I could be wrong, but this annoys me now that it gave me the exact same code. Of course it... Oh, it didn't this time. It changed it slightly this time. But it's still changing the words. And I get that this is a asinine example. Okay, and so Genshin, that's my only point, was about GPTs, because that's what everybody is talking about, and that's what we're leveraging. Don't get me wrong, statistical analysis, which is what a GPT system does, can be used to monitor something I have been a part about. You can go to the Aerospike cloud and get a database, and we run statistical analysis, machine learning, to keep your, like, what you call machine learning is really fancy statistical analysis. A GPT model here is taking what you asked and saying, what is the most likely thing? And since the most likely thing is Python, because that's one of the most favorite languages out there, it was going to be Python or JavaScript because that is statistically the most likely thing to be done. That's what it's doing. So yeah, absolutely. Statistical analysis will drive, any highly available system that is out there has a ton of statistics driving it, reacting to it, doing stuff. GPT isn't the statistical analysis tool because it's trying to replicate fuzzy logic. I love to talk about it too. I love to, and my goal for this next year is to learn more about it and do more machine learning stuff myself. This is just where, like, I see the bounds of GPT systems where what it's trying to do is really cool. That fuzzy human logic where you can have a conversation with it and, but it's also very wrong. Just earlier today, this is wrong. So like, you don't want the fuzzy logic coming in and managing your database, because that will just crash it. I think it is. I actually think it's super powerful. Or can be, especially in different scenarios. I think that ChatGPT can be, like, let's do this one. Even with just ChatGPT 3.5, we can ask it something like, this isn't really good because, like, this is fast to do yourself anyways. This, I guess, is where I struggle with ChatGPT taking over our jobs, is because by the time that I've asked it to write me a proto file, I could have already done it myself anyways. So is it really faster? Is it actually bringing up speed? In line, I think that it's actually can bring you speed, but like sitting here talking to it, a good developer is going to be faster and more accurate than GPT is. Again, because of that fuzzy logic that we requested. But I do agree that I think it will be super powerful, and there'll be companies that thrive because of this. Do I think that it replaces our job? That, modern IDEs made our jobs more efficient. Modern languages made our jobs more efficient. We have worked to optimize our jobs. That's what we do as humans. Assembly lines make our jobs more efficient. Like all of these things, farming equipment, every single job strives to make their job more efficient. And I think this is a huge step in making our jobs way more efficient. It doesn't mean that we're not needed. Will there be a need for fewer of us? I think possibly, but I also think what it means and possibly has a huge impact on the environment is that this will actually open up the doors for a lot smaller engineering firms to do some cool things because they're going to be faster and can work with a smaller staff base, which is going to open up more opportunities for more of these types of small dev shops to get some stuff done that they wouldn't have been able to previously. Just like if we were all working in an assembly, the stuff that we have done and accomplished would have taken us so much longer. Especially, I don't love the solo developer. I'm sorry for my English. It's my first language. I suck at it. All right. We're doing prompt engineering now, though. We want to see if we can't figure out how best to interact with these and get them to work, since they have mostly failed us at this point. And they can't progress. And I can't get ChatGPT 4. Again, this is effectively ChatGPT 4. So we will continue using this. It's also nice that it can sit right here. It's a little small for a stream, but it'll be okay. All right. So we got 3 to work. We had to ask it a few questions, but one thing that I think is a good point out is it kept going and was able to add the things just fine, remembering the things before it. If you remember yesterday, we tried this with was it Coding Llama? I think it was the Hugging Llama, where it switched languages on us. So I never mentioned here that we need to do C#, whereas this always kept it in C#, where one of them kept switching languages. Whenever we would ask it to update what it did, it would switch languages on us. It was pretty bad. So this was pretty good. I'll notice a lot different with ChatGPT 4. That's good. Hopefully it got better. All right. So I want to see if we can get, let's actually take a few notes here. I want to go to day 2, but what we're going to do is go to the prompt engineering. And what we're going to do is ChatGPT 4 was able to deal with the I don't know why I said pi. I actually wanted this right here. Let's actually put what we tried as the prompt. Tried this as a prompt. And chat let's do chat GPT 3.5 was able to generate the code in C#, but had three issues, was able to update and correct the issues with minor prompt. Chat GPT 4 solved the issue the first try, though accumulated the totals. This was not a problem for the correctness due to the configuration of the loops, but was not correct. What job position? I'm a director. And what languages, technologies do you use? Email at this point. If I do, it's usually Go. Yeah, Go. Some Bash every once in a while. I actually tend to now fill in cracks when I am doing something, so it's either Go or Python. Not really Python. We have a few things that run in Python, and they don't run in production. They're just like we just have a few utility things that are in Python, or at least my teams. So, but a lot of it's Go. I like Go. All right. So what I'd like to do for this next prompt engineering is I'd like to sit and try to write an application. I'd like to see how easily it will make. Yeah, let's do this. So what I'd like to do is we're going to start a new we're going to make a new application, and we're going to try to ask Copilot, which is based off of ChatGPT 4, to help us write a C# application. I don't know C#, and we're going to build it layer by layer and see how much we can get it to do and how well it does. I think that this is important because it will show us how well it knows the language as well as how it knows the ecosystem. I say no. Again, it doesn't really know. It's just doing statistical analysis on it. So I use that word very loosely. Do we actually want to do it in a different language? We could do it in Rust. We could do it in Haskell. What language would you guys like to see it in? We could do it in C#. I'm enjoying it. I think C# is... There's interesting notes to whether I know the language or not. C# is a nice happy medium because I don't know the language, but it's simple enough to read. C. You want to do it in C. You want to do it in C. Okay. Okay, we'll see if it. What should our command line application do? C is the most beautiful language. I struggle with that statement. I'm not going to lie. I struggle. You know, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. And usually people will look at the language they learned first or that they're most familiar with, and they'll call it the most beautiful language because it just works with their mind. Because, you know, it's like I can read Cyrillic, not very well. And I don't find it beautiful, but probably mostly because my mind doesn't recognize it as natively as it does English. English is very easy to read. So yeah, I don't know. Hello, Ozzy from YouTube. Good to see you. All right, so for this, we're going to try to get it to make a command line application. Maybe we'll make the API as well. I am not great at C if we're going to do this in C, so we'll keep it a small application because my help is going to be limited. And then we're going to work into maybe making a server in something else. So this command line application is going to have to make requests to a server and get responses back. We should keep it pretty simple. Then we'll make the server in a different language that maybe I actually know, so it's a little less painful. I want to write, write a C command line application that takes in a that takes one argument called host you know what, I want to make this, let me rephrase this. Write a C command line application that has 3 subcommands. I want subcommands. A lot of C ones will only have flags, but we're doing subcommands. 3 subcommands. Get, put, and check. So we'll make them where it can get a record, put a record, and check a record. We'll just keep them in a hash map in the back. Check is just like, is it there? Very simple stuff. Very simple stuff. Write a C command line application that has 3 subcommands. Do college grades affect getting jobs? As I'm currently in college and very much interested in Android development, but my grades are not good. You know what? Yes and no. Yes and no. And as a classic senior engineer will tell you, it depends. It depends. Why do you not have good grades? Do you not have good grades because you're not interested in the subjects? If you're not interested in the subjects, are you interested in computer science if that's what you're going to school for? And if you're not interested in computer science, it's going to be hard to get a job because it's pretty competitive. Now, do you not have good grades because you have a reading disability? I don't read very well. I have a hard time reading. But I am very interested in the subject and do a lot with it. So that's not a real problem for me, but that can hamper your grades. Now, if you're asking if a company is going to look at your grades, I doubt it, or not highly. They might. They will more aptly look at any open source stuff that you have done, and that will weigh in more. Now, if you come and you have like a 1.8, yeah, that might. But if you're saying like you have a 2.5 or a 3.5 and not a 4.0, a 2.5 is probably fine. Maybe not great. I probably wouldn't put it on my resume. A 3.5, not going to cause you any problems. Reddit command line application has 3 command. A global flag of host that lets us set the server. There's so much that goes into getting a job and landing that job. It's very hard to give very generic information. I'll try my best. Generic questions will get generic answers, which aren't the best. The other thing that happens is it depends on who you're hiring. If you go to a bank's much more likely to care about your grades than, some other place. So a lot of it depends on a lot. Yeah. I'm not trying to be contrary. Reddit command line application has 3 subcommands: get, put, and check. A global flag of host that lets us set the server we are connecting to. A flag on put to set a time to live with should we try to do this all in one shot, or should we try to do the base and then ask it to add stuff? I feel like trying to do it in all in one shot will be fun, but I don't think it's going to get there. I'm going to try to do it all in one shot. Okay, so, and then we can break it down. A global... There should be a global flag called host that lets us set the server we are connecting to. A flag on the put command to set the time to live. No. Let's describe each command, what it does, and what flags it has. All right, so the put command should require a name. And date of birth. And optionally allow uploading, allow a file. This command should make a post request to the host with the name and date of birth as these should be part of the URL. URL encoded like so. Host entry. I'm just calling it entry, whatever. Name. date of birth equals date of birth. Okay. And the file should be uploaded. Be attached in the body. There should be an additional flag on the put command to set the time to live. Let's move on. Can you guys see this, or do I need to make it bigger? I'll make it a little bigger, and then when we get back to the code, we'll make it a little bit smaller again. I need to work on this so this can be readable for you guys. All right. The file should be attached in the body. There should be an additional flag on the put command to set the time to live. Okay, so we've done put. Let's do get. The get command should make a HTTP request to the host to get to the host. Make a get HTTP request to the host using the name. I'm sorry, I am going to close Discord. Let me mute this. My bad. You guys got Discord sound. That's the worst. The get command should make a get HTTP request to the host using the name. What else do using the name at the HTTP host entry path? The check command should make a oh, what is that HTTP? You know what? We're gonna just keep this simple. Make a the check command should make a HTTP get request to the host using the name at the HTTP host check. This is not the best REST design. And see, the problem is the AI isn't going to make a good REST design. So if you're making an API, you still need an engineer. You might be able to ask some questions, but watch this. What is a good HTTP REST design for file uploads? We'll come back to that. All right, so we have the check command, we have that command, we got the extra flag. Let's see what it does. Let's see what this does. Did I tell it to do it in C? Yeah, C command line app. Okay, beautiful. Let's see. Here's a step-by-step plan. It's giving us a plan. Oh, beautiful, beautiful C. So Jensen, Genshin, Gensen? I'm gonna go with Gensen. Are you an avid? If you're an avid seer, question for you: Are you? What is your first language? And are you a fan of Go? Is my question. Do we not have C in here? Does it not let me create a C file? What's this button do? Insert at cursor. Oh, I don't want to do that. Insert into new file. Yeah. It's just called... okay, there is a C++ C extension. Cool. I was like, oh no. All right, we do need to make this a little bit smaller now. So do you love Go? We'll just call this app.c. All right, let's see here. Let's see here. Ugh. Okay, this is maybe... Well... Can we generate help commands for this, please? Okay, first, it didn't do anything here. Okay. Let's put this in the main. Oh, string. Or string compare, not string copy. Sorry. I am, 1 second, trying to understand this a little bit. So, if the first argument is help, it's gonna print this out, and this is fine. It's light, but it's looking at just this first argument. I'm not sure what it's trying to do here. That's just headache inducing. I think trying to generate it all at once was maybe bad. Was our first edition this bad? Yeah. Yeah. Our first edition was this bad. This is coming for our jobs, guys. This is coming for our jobs. It's also completely lacking, okay, a put command. How would we make the put command? Make an, not how. Let me see if I can't get it to generate. Generate the code for the put command. Is it really using curl? Is there something other than curl? I hate C. For those of you calling this a beautiful language. Oh, boost? Ugh. Let's not do boost. Lib micro HTTP. Let's do this. Can you write the put command leveraging? I mean, if we just followed the AI, we would be curling in this application. I'm not even sure if this works, but it's fine. I don't want to use curl. Okay, so it doesn't want to use that. So is there there's nothing for C? C doesn't do HTTP requests? So if you don't want to use curl, you should just use another language. You heard it from here. If you don't want your application to curl, you just should use Python. Go use Python. All right, I haven't compiled something with GCC for a while. We should just be able to do like the file, right? It should just be like GCC app.c, right? Yeah. Let's do this maybe. Nope. Thank you. Oh, I just need to, sorry. I need to actually tell it the output. I'm not running it. I've been so spoiled by every other thing that actually has tools. Yeah, that was my fear. Just looking at the code. Little bit of a fear here. What you can see here is like it's not actually checking for flags. It's checking for just these things. Well, that's the host. I did say a global flag of host, which it's also not doing. Disappointing. Disappointing. All right, let's use curl. Let's use curl. Oh, yes, C. Ah, I love C. Okay, this looks good. Girl, easy. I have no idea if this is good or not. I have no idea. I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming this is correct. This preprocessor magic that replaces the call with the exact same call is only done to make sure application authors pass exactly 3 arguments to these functions. Oh, yes. Yes. Beautiful. Okay, let's actually go generate the server so we can talk to it, and it can be in a different language other than this. Sweet goodness. We're going to do it. What do you guys want to do it in other than C? Server. I should have called the other one client. I don't know. Oh, I have to move out of this. We're going to do it in Rust. We're going to do it in Rust. It'll be easier to test the client if it's actually working as intended. When I said global flag, it also decided to just make it an environment variable. I don't think it's actually checking for that anywhere else. Yeah. This is pretty rough, but we'll see what it can do in a language that I know a little bit better. All right. We want to write a web server, or let's just say write a web server that has, let's be specific, a REST web server that has 3 endpoints. Put, wait. What did I say they were? It was get. It has 2 endpoints. 2 endpoints. Was it user? I want to say it was user. User and check. Get HTTP get should be supported on both of them, and put should be supported on user. Write a web server in Rust. Did you guys see the thing about Rocket? That's right. Rocket's coming back. Rocket is coming back. Let's do the imports for this. I think it's full. All right. Interesting here. They did Surdy as well. Oh, let's see. There might be a newer version. Ah, there it is. All right. Surdy. I don't know of a valid Surdy version. So we're just going to do that. This will tell me eventually, right? Latest version of Rust 30. Fine. I did mean that. Thank you very much for not using that. Oh, I was really close. It was really close. All right, Surdy warp. I used warp. Never used warp. Something's going up. Something is wrong with this. Let's close that. What is going on here? What is... Oh, you know what? That. There we go. I was like, something is very upset. There we go. I was just forgetting the quotes. My bad. All right. I have never used warp. Let's check that out. Rust warp. I'm gonna have to restart Firefox. 1 second. This screws me up every single time because it just smashes everything into one screen. Because of course, that was helpful. All right. Rust warp. I'm not sure why they chose to pick warp, but this seems fine. Okay, we can fix that. What does it not like about this? The trait bound foo. Oh, deserialize. Okay. So all of these are just being upset because of this. But Do I need to import something from Surdy? Oh, you know what? I bet I need to import the derive feature. I think that's what it is. I do believe this is what it's going to want. I think. Let's see if oh, look at all the errors go away. Boom. All right, my bad. Okay, it doesn't like user. User does not implement debug. Okay, fine. So, yeah, I'm just gonna type debug. I'm not gonna try to prompt that in. It's wrong, but I'm giving it a pass. Okay, so let's see. We get user, put user, check. Server is running. Okay, that's fine. I actually think that this does what I need for the most part. Let a file get uploaded on post and store this in a hash map using their name as the key. It's like I'm still fixing my views over here a little. That's rough. Okay, let's see. Let's go add upload endpoint that accepts post requests. Okay, so it's just updating it's just adding an upload function. Make the file upload optional on put user. Seems reasonable. Let's give it a check over here. Put user. Oh, they added another, oh man. I don't know. No, I was way off. Way off. Okay. Seems reasonable so far. Let's see. I've never used warp before, but this is fine. Did it just make up the thing files? Or did it forget to import them? It's not importing it. All right, so we have the put user. You know what? I'm realizing that Rust was a bad one. They've always struggled with Rust. They also didn't import Surdy JSON. Go would have been better because it has inherent support for JSON. Maybe we jump. I feel like this is gonna be like pulling teeth. Let's see if we can't get it. What do I need to import to get Surdy JSON working? Okay, I mean, at least it's getting that. That's pretty good. One thing that I'm impressed with here, is it also caught the derive. So that was really good on its part. All right, so that fixes the Surdy JSON. Let's see if we can't get it to fix the files. There is an issue with files. It says it cannot find the type files. Ooh. Did you guys notice that? Check this out. It said one reference. It's where I had clicked on line 31. I wonder if I can do it here. Oh, little booger. It had decided this was files, but it never told me to put it on there. Oh, of course this is what it is. Very funny. That's what you wanted to be. All right, well. Let's try this. There is an error here. Let's see how well it handles this. I mean, this is pretty good information. Let's see if we can't understand what's going on here itself. We're awaiting. This await should return. Should return an option of a result. The result is optional. What a weird. Like, why is the result? I'm sorry. You should not return an option of a result because a result can be nothing. Like, this is bad design. If this is truly how this is done, I don't like it. You shouldn't ever return an option of a result. You force them to unwrap. Okay, so this is returning a result. Okay, so the reason is this is an option, not the result with the map error. So what we'll do here is .unwrap, and this should fix that. Yeah, because now we've unwrapped to the error. Okay, so I just want to make sure I understood understood the problem. Now we can try to... Wait a second. Let me unwrap. And now it's complaining about this. Mismatched types, expected reference. Found a reference to an implementation of buffer, a byte buffer. Okay, we'll work on this in a second. How can we fix the issue with map error as we have an optional? Okay, or else first. Okay, that's fine. This gets a little lengthy. Actually, we don't need the map error, do we? Because this up here is returning a... I think we can literally just do the okay or else. I think that they're right here. I think this is the better way of doing it. Okay. That seems to be good. Okay, and now this is returning a buff implementation. I don't know exactly how to fix this, so let's can we get a buff to a U8? I'm not sure. I don't do this very often. Let's see. I could just Google it really quickly, I'm sure. Oh, I see what's happening. It's just not unwrapped. Okay, sweet. So this should be an easy. The user bytes is not the right type. I'm trying to play really dumb here. I realize I know what needs to be done. Get it to be correct. This is actually doing better than I was thinking it was going to. I thought Rust was going to be a sticky one for it, but it seemed to have slapped back. Wait, how is this a result? One second. This is an okay or else, which unwraps the option. And then this question mark unwraps the result. Right? So this shouldn't be a result, but it is a result. Why is this a result? Now I'm confused. We have a question mark. We're unwrapping it. This is going to return a result of T and E, which should be of the buff and error. Oh. Do we need an await on the okay or else? No. This is not a future. There's not an await. Not async. So what ChatGPT said, the p.data.await returns a stream of bytes, not a single bytes object. You need to collect all the chunks of data from the stream into a single bytes object. You can do this using the concatenate function. Oh, okay. Okay. Wait a second. Okay, so they're doing await. The okay or else. I'm assuming we have to then do this, and then we can do the try. Okay, so weirdly, they're doing it on the optional, but data returns this option, right? So doing a try concat here doesn't seem to make sense. Yeah, doesn't make sense. And it doesn't make sense doing it on the option either. So we'd have to do it here, try, but there's no try concat. And it's wrong anyways, because we're still having a result here. We're not getting to the buffer. I mean, I guess we could just double question mark, right? Maybe not. Is not valid? How do I ask it to fix it? User bytes is still a result. Quite honestly, I don't know why it's still a result. See, it's saying like try concat here, but the problem is it's never unwrapping it. This is all wrong. All very wrong. It's been pretty good so far about updating the code. This is actually pretty cool, like the reference, like you're giving it a reference that you're talking about. But this is still okay or else. This gives us the, oh, okay. I see, okay or else gives us that error. That's what we're piping up, and now we have to. Can we just do this? That would hopefully not be good. Why would this work? Oh, I think it's just broken. It just recommended wrongness. Yeah, okay. I was gonna say that shouldn't, because it's a result. So let's just do it the manual way. Can the code to get the result of user bytes. You're not getting it, buddy. You're not getting it. I'm not prompt engineering well enough. All right. There we go. I don't know why it was so hard for you to get that, but it was. Okay. All right. So how do we want to ask it this? Convert. What was this? This was a impl buff to a. What are we trying to go to? Just a U8. Okay. Okay. Oh, you know what? This is probably screwing us over. No. No, it's not. To convert, I think this is wrong, maybe? I don't know. To convert impl buff to a U8, you can use the bytes method provided by the buff trait. I need to check this buff trait out. Do we have the right buff trait? Do we have a from buff? Because that would be nice. From reader? No. No. Does buff not have IO read and deserialized own? I thought it might. I thought it might. What about that? Let's jump over here. Wait. What is this that we have? This is not a byte. It's a buff. Never used a buff before. Does it have a collect? It doesn't say have a collect. Like we were led to believe. Copy to bytes. Here we go. I think one of our issues here is we don't have mute here. So we're going to be left out here. Just getting back to it. Let's see. Oh. Maybe we need to do an easier one for the AI. I'm trying to think of how to talk the AI into this. Maybe we should have stuck with C#. Maybe we should have stuck with C#. I'm going back to C#. I know how to fix this now, but I don't know how to ask it to fix it. How do I ask it? Not a new on bytes. From. I don't know how to convince this to do what it needs to do to fix this. It got very stuck on this, and it can't handle it. So what we're going to do is we're going to try to do it with C# next. Rust was probably too much. It had to handle bytes. I should have never expected it to. This was my bad. It got really close. It got really close. All right, so what are we going to do next? We'll just try it with C#. And then if it doesn't work with C#, we'll try it with Python. And none of those are going to be as picky as this. So it'll be good. Day 2, C#. Let's just, let's do it over here. Prompt engineering. All right. And we'll call this the server C#. All right. So we'll jump over there, create a C# application, and see. I do think lifetimes and whatnot, it struggles with Rust. It struggles with Rust. I should have known that. There we go. We got to the right place. .NET new, right? Yeah. Console. There we go. There we go. Let's try this again. Nope, not Cody. We want chat. All right, chat. Not you, chat. Not you, chat. The other chat. This chat. Write a rest in C#. C# and .NET Core that has 2 endpoints, user and check. HTTP GET should be supported on both of them. And put should be supported on user that accepts a username and email along with that are required, along with an optional file upload. All users should be stored in memory, and the GET request should return a response with all recorded information on a user. All right. It has some stuff for us, but we need to open our file. Then we need to go back to chat. All right. Created a new... I think I did console. Should have done web app. Maybe I need to restart. 1 second. Let me delete these files because maybe this was a problem and I screwed it up. New .NET web app. There we go. I fixed it. Oh, but this gives us a whole bunch of other junk in here. Okay. Let's see what chat was telling us. Define a user model class with properties for username, email, and file. Create an in-memory storage for the user object. Don't tell me what to do. I want you to do it. This is the whole point of it. Configure the server to use controllers in the startup class. Where's the startup class? Do I just copy and paste this in here? Oh, this is my program.cs. I think I'm not supposed to be in my program.cs. I think I'm supposed to have more knowledge than what I do. Oh gosh, what is this? CSHTML? What is CSHTML? Oh, it gets worse. There's index.cshtml.cs. Just in case you wanted. I'm gonna close that. I feel like it was telling me that I should have a startup.cs. Like I should already have one. I don't have one. Maybe I'll just create it. Startup.cs. CS. Done. Did it. And we're going to put all this code in there. Do I just put this in a new file too? That's what I'm going to do. Yeah. What are we calling this file? I don't know. What would be a good call? User controller. Maybe we'll put this in a controllers. We're going to make this a controllers. It's giving me out of date information. How am I supposed to prompt engineer out of date information? It doesn't like Rust. I could try Go. I was just trying to prompt engineer it some. I just wanted to try to prompt engineer it some because every time I do it, it just feels more painful than just doing it myself. But I mean, there's people that are really sold on it. I'm super struggling. Now, I have to say, I'm actually really liking this. This right here, where it actually is like I can select this, like, watch this. App.useRouting. What does this do? And it uses the reference. The Copilot uses this reference. Like, this is actually pretty cool. The line in .NET Core application is used as part of middleware configuration request processing pipeline. This particular line enables the routing feature in your application. I mean, obviously that's kind of, but this is pretty good. But I'm trying to. People say this will replace us, and so I'm trying to use it in such a way where you don't need to be an engineer to use it. I guess people were sold on NFTs too. Literally sold on NFTs. I think, and I don't know, what do you think, Russell? My feeling is that the thing that it's best at is like per line thing, like check host env, and then like right here, yeah, okay, it even failed here though. Like, it checked is in development, not for host. Yeah, I agree. I did sign up. I did sign up for the waitlist for GPT-4. I feel like maybe I need to pay for it, but I had to join a waitlist, so I don't know if I'll get on it. Although this is supposedly off of GPT-4. What is wrong with this code? AI-generated businesses are all going to be hacked in 2024? Yes. Yes, that. I was hoping that it would see that it's... Oh, you know what? I meant like the environment variable. Maybe it thinks check if it's development, like the host environment. I get it. So okay, so that's why it did in development. Okay, I stand corrected. I was a little upset with it, but I think I understand now. Okay, this is fairly... I mean, as long as it does what it seems like it should be doing, and that's fine. I'm not used to so many capital letters. Is this like a static function? I don't know. Is this like a namespace? I need to... okay. Let me see if it will fix this. Check. Now I'm gonna say what's wrong with this and see if it says that the comment is wrong, different from what it's actually doing. Oh, nice. However, the comment at the top of this about checking the setting of the port environment variable doesn't match the code below it. I actually think this is fantastic over here. Not as a blindly trust, like, again, not as a blindly trust, but like, if you could say is there anything wrong with this? And get it to tell you that. I mean, like, that's a nice thing that you can, like, actually... Yeah. It's getting that the comment is wrong. And it even gives you... Like, I think that this is fairly cool. Does... Copilot... for Vim. In Vim. You know, it's not something to be like, oh yeah, like it works, or the AI said nothing was wrong, but like it's a nice sanity check. Like, I feel like it's a cool sanity check. So this is just for suggestions. I would love to see this built into Vim. You know, where you could like highlight a section and then press a key combination and get, you know, like ask a question with that as the reference. I'll have to see how this is done, because maybe we have to make our own Vim plugin at some point. All right, I'm gonna make myself a cup of coffee. I want to do more prompt engineering. I'm not sure what to do. I'm not sure what to do at this point for prompt engineering. So, okay, let's see. I have two ideas on prompt engineering. We have Eddington that needs UI stuff. So we could just prompt engineering for some of the UI stuff. Prompt engineering UI. See if... Oh, that... So we could do that and try to see if we can't get it to help us with our CSS and things like that. Tailwind, I think we have Tailwind. So we could try it with that. We could try it with the Eddington Go code, because we have like actually valid Go code, and we could see if like we could actually do some stuff inside of that Go code and get it to prompt well for us. The AIOs are a real pain. I have one for the first time, and my goodness, they are a little bit fiddly. So ChatGPT 4, Jensen ran it and got ChatGPT 4 to actually solve it. It had a bug, but the bug wasn't realized. We can go back to the code, but basically why the code wasn't realized was that it accumulated. So it ran an accumulation. But because the accumulation was per loop, it didn't matter. So it did plus equals on the count. And so it did this, which I count as it's wrong, but it got the right answer. So that's the weird thing, Russell, is this here is on Copilot, which is on Cortex v4. So it's like a specialized ChatGPT 4 for coding, and this one failed it yesterday. So I don't know. I mean, this is partially also the fuzzy logic. Yesterday, I didn't try the problem with C#, as well as, you know, if you ask it different things different days, it will give you different answers. So I don't know. Actually, we could try it right now. He said he just copied the Advent of Code, the whole question. Can I get a new chat? Yeah, clear. So yesterday, Russell, we got quite a few different ones, but they were minor changes in it. This actually looks like it possibly will work, because it actually looks for... Yeah, I think... So this is actually close to what returned from ChatGPT 4. It's interesting because ChatGPT 4 returned... They didn't do these two things. They just did return here instead of putting the curly braces. But returning false if these were greater than was exactly how it did it. This might actually have worked. Because, again, Cortex is built on ChatGPT 4. And so this should be a more specialized version of ChatGPT 4. But this is different from what ChatGPT 4 gave us. We can try another session. You know what we should do? I'm going to copy this. I'm going to open up... let's see, what am I going to open up? We're going to open up here. We're going to do... This is the first one. Now we're going to do it again. And we're going to document it. See, I think it's getting tainted, though. It's getting tainted by this code. It said used one reference, this code. Yeah. It got tainted. One second, I can't have this open. There we go. All right, clear that. In C# solve. Fairly similar. I saw a lot of the same things. We'll do it one more time. We'll clear that. We'll get rid of that. Use second.cs as a reference. Dang it. I thought I could just close it. But it used the last open one. It's really good at tainting itself. See? Look, it used second. Use this as a reference. Still use second as a reference. Okay, so I'm gonna have to open up individual folders. Yep. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna do it over here. I'm gonna open a folder with nothing in it. Let's just go in here. Blank. We're gonna open this folder up, save all of those. Wait, why didn't you open the folder? All right, and we'll ask our questions in here. There we go, no reference. Ooh, it's doing the math.max. Oh, it's getting whichever one's bigger. Nice. But this is actually fairly different than the previous ones. Not even joking. Third. So unlike this time, which I think this was influenced by the time ChatGPT 4 did it, it did this is game possible with this, as well as instead of maxing it, it did this random weird stuff. This time, it did math.max on each of the rounds. So it split the comma, it broke the colors out, it split it on the space in between them. It knew that the count was the first one, not the second one. It checked the second one. This looks very right. This looks very right. But it's also very different. It didn't make a function to validate the game like it did here. Is game possible? It just did it inline this time. Let's try it again. Shoot. This is vastly different. This is vastly different. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Got a little funky down here, but so it used, it put the example games in here instead of reading from a file. So it made dictionaries of these things. And then it used the dictionaries very different. Very different. Let's ask it again. And I mean, that would, like, not to, you know, sometimes I think, like, I look at things in a way that are tainted with my purview. But this falls into what I would assume is there's that fuzzy logic that, you know, it does what it thinks statistically. And there's weights that change a little to give it that fuzzy logic so it doesn't just give the same thing. And that's what GPTs do. And that's actually what you want them to do in most things other than code. Oh, this one's using regex. We haven't been using regex before this. Nice. Very different. Very different. Let's see if this one actually looks like it would be. Okay. So one thing that ChatGPT 4 and the chat here, which is based off of that, is getting right. It's getting this comparison right. Whereas the other ones were doing equals, this one is actually comparing them right. I actually think this is work. I don't know about this. Oh, no, this should work. So I didn't know what this groups did. This is what it did. This is maybe not exactly, but really close to what ChatGPT 4 did with the groups and the regex. Not exactly how I would do it, but this would work or is very close to working. So it makes the same mistake of plus equals here. It, again, is fine because it is only for the one try. It's not for the entire game. So because its loop is not for the entire game, this is fine, but it's still wrong. It's not an accumulator. Each one should only have one. These are wildly different, though. These are wildly different. This is one, and this is one. I mean, these are not even just different in approach, but like they're wildly different. Right, because cubes is in here, the accumulator doesn't hurt it because it's only seen once, but it's still not the right thing to do. This is misleading. It seems like you want to accumulate something and you don't. I don't know why they all think that this is correct when it's that. I don't know. It seems to be a sticking point. They like to accumulate. Yes. I see that it's created here. But this is only inside one red, green, blue. This is the whole game. So it's fine because it's going to go red, green, and blue, or red and blue, or whatnot. This for each loop doesn't go over. This is called sets, but this is actually for one of the it's only covering this or this. So that this for loop, even though it's accumulating, it's fine. I mean, it's wrong, but it gets the correct answer. A set in the game line. What? Oh, am I missing something? Oh, yes. This is a set in the game. Okay, I see what you're saying. Nope. I get it. I'm sorry. You're right. I'm right. We're both right. We're both right. My bad. But these do vary quite a bit, which is what I would expect from a GPT. Like it is in line with my thinking. I'm not trying to force it into. The third is just, this can't work, right? This can't work. Oh god. Oh gosh. Each game doesn't have an ID. I do like that they used math.max on the third try, though. This was really nice. Not an accumulator. Might have gotten other things wrong with it, but that's spot on point. Actually, does it use this class that it makes? Where's this class, this game class? Does it not add? Wait. Oh, it adds the game here. Oh, this doesn't work at all. It's not ever checking it against. Oh, it does here. It does here, out here. Okay. Okay, this I think would work. Before the game, it just accumulates the top. This would work. This is working. So, yeah, Russell, this is where I need to do more on this. And I'm not an expert myself. I know a little because I'm interested in, and look into the transformers and the, GPT is the generative pre-trained transformers. But what they do is they play it's kind of like seeding with weights. So when you think about the, at least this is how I look at it. When you look at the nodes, think of your neural network here, and you got some nodes here. This is not perfect, but let's just do this. And this is going to be super oversimplified, but I do want to make a video next year. You know how I've done the database? I want to do make my own large language model. Obviously, it's not going to be a large language model. I can't afford to train it. That's not the idea. The idea is to learn about like what goes into it, how each of the things work. So next year, later on in the year, that's one of the things I want to do. But basically, if you're familiar with like I want to say vertexes, but vector databases, map and graph theories, each of these can have a weight. And the thing that you can do is you can play around with the weights. So basically these weights they'll get like ranges. Let's say this is a range of 5 to 6 or 5 to 10. And this one is a range of 3 to 7. And let's say arbitrarily we're picking the higher weight. So each time this happens, these get set randomly in those. So this one is more likely to happen. It has the greater weight because but this one will happen sometimes because this will be 5 and this will be 7 sometimes. And so the branches diverge that way. Now, the funny thing is they can both re-merge later on because like you see here, it doesn't matter if you go down this one, you're coming back to this one. So if this one was really, and this is where there's a lot that goes on to playing with these weights, because if you made this one's weight 10 to 20, and again, we're just picking the highest weight, and this one's branch was 0 to 10, these don't matter. And this is a bad branching scenario because you're always going to end up with this one. Again, super oversimplified. Super, don't quote me on this. But yeah. So yeah, preceded. You said preceded. Effectively, that's what we're agreeing again. Basically, so when you start a run, and you know what? This is where like it starts to get fuzzy. I don't know if these weights here are created at the beginning of a run or when this hits this node, does it then create the weights for these? I don't know. I don't know when that happens. And you know, so do these exist before this branch is chosen? I don't know. I don't know. But there is randomness in there. And I mean, that's kind of the beauty of, you know, the models is that there is randomness in there. Yeah. Random is the load balancing balancing out. Maybe not a good one. I think there's a lot, you know, just from my reading and stuff that I've done, there's a lot that goes into setting these weights to be effective. Again, like this is not an effective weighting mechanism. Because this one will always be, you'll never get this one. And it doesn't matter if you pick either one of these, you're getting this one. So basically, if you hit this node, you're always getting the same result. And that's not good in this case for this type of thing. That's also why I don't think GPTs, like the generative pre-trained models, are actually that good for code. Like, obviously, they've gotten pretty good with some of the stuff that we're seeing. This stuff, I'm not diminishing like this, but I do believe, like, just if you look through the math, and how they're doing it. This isn't necessarily what I want running a database or whatnot. Not saying that there's not statistical stuff out there that does that. It's just not this. And this is also why I come to the opinion of it's writing a billion if statements for you. You can think of these almost as each as an if statement. Now, obviously, I'm going to say this as fact, but I think it's, I believe, these can actually have more than just one. So like, it's like a tertiary if statement, or, they can have more than one connection. And you're basically generating all these connections and trying to play with them as a whole, as a group to do the right thing. And I think at this point, it's probably more of an art than a science. I could be wrong. I would love to work on this stuff more. I think that, like I said, I'll probably do later next year as I start to understand it more, how to build your own LLM. And again, more from like let's actually understand what it is and what it's doing, not I actually created one to use. All right, I'm gonna go make a cup of coffee. Then we're gonna come back. I'm not prepared to do the news. I don't know whether I'm going to stop streaming for half an hour to then start streaming again to do the news. I was going to do reInvent, but there's only two things from reInvent. That some of their top leading engineers all left at reInvent, which is weird. Literally, like, a lot of them did. And two, they just poked jabs about how bad other people's AI stuff was and how good their AI stuff was. No, Russell. Weirdly, some of their top engineers, and they all left at like within a 24-hour period of time. It's not really news. They didn't say what they were going to go do. I was gonna say, the weird thing was they got up there and bragged about how their AI was better in every single way. And like, that's just not what it is. It's not true. They're behind on everything. Code Whisperer is worse. I just went through that guy that did the scientific study on like how their embeddings for Bedrock were worse than every other offering, even Hugging Faces. And Hugging Faces usually isn't like the Apex. It's just a really good open source version. And I didn't mean that as like an insult. I just meant it like. And so, like, I don't have a whole lot to report on that other than they had a lot of engineers leave. I was going to say, like, Hugging Face does a lot for the community. It's stood on the open source and making things available. So I really feel bad about how much fun I poke of One Star Coder. But One Star Coder has been terrible, like, in my defense. It's been rough, but like, I don't know everybody there and I don't know all their policies and whatnot, but in general, I think that they do a good job. Star Coder has not been part of that. Anyways, but my point is like, I didn't find a whole lot. Now, obviously there was a lot of stuff, and the stuff that was coming to the top that I saw was all of the AI stuff, and none of it was really that interesting. I mean, yeah, like Amazon Q, they did Q here, but like, watch this. We asked this to this, watch Amazon Q, watch it fail. I apologize. Your request seems to be outside my domain of expertise. Just does nothing. We prompt engineered it to here, let's get the prompt engineer here. To really simple. Let's do it here. And like Q doesn't have the ability to like know the document. Like that was really cool with the Rust. Even though it was struggling with Rust, I could highlight lines of code and be like, hey, what's wrong with this? And it would tell me. And it's just like, okay, yeah, you have Q. And Q is cool if you... I've asked it, like, stuff about Amazon specifically, but yeah, it doesn't. Oh, 1 second. Let's start a new chat with Q, and let's do... I forgot to ask it in C#. Most of the A100s in love with the staff this week. So, like, super simplifying it works, but this isn't correct. It doesn't parse the game out, so there's no colon check. If there's no colon check, I don't even have to read the rest of the code. I know this is wrong. This is wrong. The amount is first. The color is second. This is wrong. This is an accumulator. And this accumulator is outside the for each. This accumulator might work. Yeah. This is actually correct. But I mean, like, yeah, it's just... I had to prompt engineer the crap out of this to get worse than I got out of Copilot. And then they had the audacity to talk about how they were leading the pack. And to be honest, they were just releasing things that were already released. Like, it wasn't a ton of new stuff. So anyways, I don't know what I'm going to do for the news. I'm going to think about that while I make a cup of coffee. I need a cup of coffee. Uh-oh. You had an amazing idea, Russell? Uh-oh. I'm waiting for it. Get AIs to generate solutions to help people teach people how to debug. Okay. Are you saying when I come back? And after making coffee? And are you talking about like how we were over here and highlighting code? Like, see if we can't get it to help us learn what this code is? Oh, or are you saying like make an AI to generate solutions to help people know how to debug? Or really, what if you could get an AI to generate bad stuff to help people debug? Oh, how to fix AI code to get it to work. I get it. I'm sorry. Yeah, I was not getting it. Monta, how are you doing? It's been a while. It's good to see you, Monta. Monta, you joined just at the right time. I'm going to go get a cup of coffee. I know that you wanted to sit here basking in this wonderful elevator music, watching a Be Right Back screen. I know that that is right there at the top of your list of things you wanted to do. And by many AIs have fallen, he means every AI failed. Every AI failed. You're not too late. I'm still streaming. I just need to get a refill. I've been streaming for 3 hours, haven't taken a break. I've been streaming for almost 4 hours without a break. So I need a break. I need a good 10-15 minute break. I think I'm going to do the news. I got to think about it, but I think I'm also going to do the news at, wait, what time is it? Oh, it is almost 4 when I usually do the news. I think what we'll do is, I don't have all the links and stuff, but maybe we'll just spend a little time talking about some of the stuff that I saw, and we can just Google search it while I'm sitting here. Let me go make my cup of coffee. It takes me like at least 11 minutes to make a cup of coffee because I gotta grind it. I gotta heat up the water on the stove. It takes me a little bit of time. I don't have a coffee maker, which, you know, would make it take less time. I have a coffee roaster, but not a... Anyways. I need to go do that. Ooh. So, Russell, that's another thing that it can't do. Summarize the last week's news because it hasn't been trained on it. Actually, though, I'm kind of wondering what it will say. Please summarize last week's tech news. This should tell us when it was trained. Wow. Give it a try. What was the tech news in January 2022? Monta, is that no comma coffee makers are bad? Or no coffee makers is a bad thing? So like, I don't have a coffee maker, that's a bad thing? Like no coffee makers is bad? Or is it no comma coffee makers are bad? There needs to be a comma in that sentence, or else I can read it either way. And I will read it exactly how I want it to be read. Sorry, not calling you out on your English. My English is terrible too, so I was making a joke. I actually don't know what you mean though, because I can literally read it either way. Oh, awesome. That's right. Coffee makers are horrible. That's why we do it the hard way. All right, we are going to play this little animation. I need to go get a drink. I talk a lot while doing this, and I'm parched. So I'll need about 11 minutes. Actually, you know what? Check Discord when I get back. Okay. I closed it because I had a friend annoying me, and like I could just silence the whole thing. And so yeah, I closed it, but I'll open it back up and check that. I didn't want you guys to hear the Discord beep from stream. We're gonna run some Python. Bask in the glory of this Python and elevator music. Back. I'm back. Oh, Monta, I missed you. I missed you, Monta. My bad. All right, Russell, you said check Discord. Oh, live stream. How did you do that? How did you do that? You are an AI whisperer. Look, literally, I said please. Oh, Bing. Oh. I can't use Bing, right? Because Bing doesn't work on Firefox. You have to use or have they changed it? It used to be where if you did Bing, you had to be on. Yeah, I was gonna say you had to be on Edge, don't you? You have Edge. Okay. You have the Edge. Ah, you like that? My frame rate has gone to garbage. Well, Chat GPT says no. I even said please. One second. I'm gonna try what you said. Hey, it at least gave us some places to check out. It at least gave us some places to check out. All right, I'm gonna Cone of Silence really quickly because I want to pull up Twitter. I don't know that I'm logged in. Dukes. All right, so this there was a bunch of posts like this from AWS. And the really weird thing was they were all Wednesday. I did accumulate a few of them, but there were quite a few exodusts from AWS reInvent. This was not the only one by far. And then of their announcements, we can check this out. Let's see what their main page says. They actually had some, okay, there was one storage thing. I don't remember anything from the database. Business applications don't care about. Let's see what they say here. Okay, so of this, these were the machine learning So these are the machine learning AI, their AI powered assistant. So ChatGPT, it's pretty bad comparatively. Pretty bad. Now there was some talk about the privacy. I don't know about the privacy. Like maybe it's really good in that regard, like way better. But you know, should I rename this to a new section, and should we just talk about the few things? The Express One Zone, I think, is maybe the one thing here to talk about. Was there anything? I don't remember any of these. I know of another database that can do petabyte scale and has been able to do petabyte scale for years. So good job that you finally got to petabyte scale. It's like you've learned how to make a database. It's interesting. I'm now curious. Oh, don't make me. They say with millions of writes per second. So they have no guarantee on reads per second at petabyte? Is that what I'm getting? That's not great. That's not great. Not great. Okay. SQLite 3. No, that is not the database I was talking about. I get called biased all the time, though. See, there is a database out there that allows you to scale to a petabyte and still get sub millisecond reads. Sub millisecond reads at over a petabyte. So until you can do that, don't sit here and tout that you're amazing with your limitless database. It's been done for years. It's been done for years. Now they came and said that they did this with Postgres, I'd be like, okay, let's talk. That's pretty awesome. You know, because there are trade-offs to the databases that can scale to petabyte scale. There are trade-offs. They're not nearly as user-friendly as Postgres. But this right here as a statement is not that big of a deal. This is pretty cool. This is actually pretty cool for storage. So if you're talking about wanting fast storage in Kubernetes, or just anywhere, single availability zone storage class, purpose-built, deliver constant single-digit millisecond data access. Now, I mean, again, you're not going to run a database that gets sub-millisecond on single millisecond data storage. So, like, you run a blazing fast database on it, and it will be slower no matter what you do on it. But as far as dynamic storage that you can connect to your instances, this is actually pretty good. So yeah. As far as this go, not great. Not great. I don't know. I haven't been able to try this. I don't do clinical notes, so I don't know that is this not part of CodeWhisperer? So I haven't tried this. If it's oh no, this is just like talking to Amazon Q. It's still just Amazon Q. Still garbage. Still garbage. Just not great. Literally yesterday, if people are wondering, Amazon Q refused to answer because the word trebuchet was in the question. and put me up for terms of policy violations because it was worried I was making a weapon. I don't know what this is. I didn't look at this. Isn't look time to train foundational models by up to 40%. That seems fine. Cool. They made it faster. This, like, you can think of SageMaker as Gluon if you've used Gluon. It's kind of like Gluon or Kubeflow, or I guess Gluon and Kubeflow are kind of different. Never mind. It's kind of like the combination of Gluon and Kubeflow now that I think about it. Anyways, they added stuff to it, like nothing that I thought was groundbreaking or anything. Like it literally was just like, we added some features. We made it easier to use some of the things. Yeah. And these were the big things. Like this is what they did reInvent for. We have a crappier version of everything. Even a limitless database. What are these other things? Serverless Elasticache, that's cool. I mean, if you want that. I don't want it, but you can use it. Analyze graph data with tens of billions of connections in seconds. Cool. With zero ETL integration, eliminate the need to build and manage. Okay. This is maybe more interesting than the rest of these. Okay, well, this is maybe Aurora zero ETL integration with Amazon Redshift. So Amazon Aurora would be their Postgres. They're saying nearline analytics. I usually call it nearline instead of near real time. I go with just nearline. That's nice instead of having like an end of day load. I'd be interested in how much it costs. Pricing. Let's see pricing. It does not charge for the additional fee for. Okay, cool. You pay for existing Aurora and Amazon Redshift resources used to create and process the change data generated as part of the zero ETL. Okay, so this is interesting. What infrastructure does this zero ETL integration run on? Because it sounds like it runs on your stuff, so you're going to have to get beefier machines. But, I mean, that's fine. They're just saying it's going to cost whatever the cost to process it is, which is good. Actually, this is what I would love for the Null Cloud to do, is I would love for anything as a service for you to just pay for the CPU and memory that it uses. So, now, I think that this is... I think I love this and I hate it at the same time. So I don't know if it's actually what I want to do. But the idea is like, let's say you're using our message system. So like this is Kinesis in AWS. We'll just say, let's say Netty, not Netty. I don't know why this is. Oh, you know what? It's off. Yeah, it's off. I don't know why this is. Anyway, so whatever messages, whatever events, it's whatever. Let's say you wanted to use this. So in AWS, you have Kinesis or you have AMP, which is their managed Prometheus or whatever their service is. And with them, they have strange and unique billing. So AMP, it's strange and unique, and everything is kind of strange and unique. You have billing for all these, but all of these things run on CPU, memory, and We're going to actually include this one too, network. So all of these things only consume this. They consume some amount of these. Now, a lot of the times, this Kinesis will be like, well, it's by the number of messages, which doesn't have any real push towards this. Now, I think there's some benefits to this. Basically, what is the benefit of this? Is let's say we charge you 1 cent per message. So if we charge you 1 cent per message, that would be terribly expensive, but just go with me. Now, it would make it worthwhile to make these more efficient. So let's say this was the cost here, and this is 1 cent. It would be in my best interest to reduce these costs. So, try to get the CPU down to just this, and the memory to this, and the network to this, because now I'm making this much money. And that's beautiful, because I'm just charging you 1 cent per message, or per million messages, or whatever. Doesn't matter. So, this is really good for the business, because it allows operational efficiencies to drive revenue. And so it encourages operational revenue, but it actually doesn't help the customer. Okay? But also 1 cent per million is easy to, or per message or whatever, is actually really easy to calculate too. It's one statistic, and you can maybe guess, you can plot very easily how many messages you're going to do after you run it for a couple of months. So it's really easy to plot, like, okay, if we get another 20,000 users, this is what it's going to look like. But what if we flip this on its head, and instead of this, we charge you by this here? So let's say we charge you by CPU memory. Whether you charge by network or not, I don't know about this one. Part of me is like, yeah, the network is something you have to beef out, and you want a good network, and so the best way to do that is to charge for it. But the other one seems like nickeling and diming, and if you're using more CPU, you get no more network, and so part of me says you just charge for CPU memory. Also storage. In a message queue, you don't necessarily need storage, but we could write storage, whatever. Now there isn't the burden on me, the null cloud, to make this better. There's no reason to make this better, except for if I can make it cheaper, maybe more people would use me. That would be the only, because if we make operational efficiencies from CPU, memory, and storage, we actually don't make any money off of that, in theory. So if we get this down to, let's say, just using this much right here, massive gains. We're using just sliver of CPU, just a sliver of, that's not the, delete you. That's not what I wanted at all. Just a sliver of memory, and maybe we still use the same amount of storage. There is no immediate gain to us, because this would go all to the user, because you're just paying for the CPU, memory, and storage that Kinesis uses. Which I like. I like this, but then it becomes a business issue. Because when will this get prioritized? I think realistically, if thinking about it, it's fine, because you'll say, well, when other clouds can do their 1 message per cent cheaper, then we need to do this and make this cheaper, which would be reasonable. But the problem is when they're just paying for compute, memory, and storage, it's hard to compare the two. So will people even understand whether you're cheaper or more expensive? There's another problem with this. What if we add a new feature? And that new feature, to add it, pushes it back here. So we did some operational stuff and got it way down. Amazing. But then we wanted a way to have a pub sub feature. And we pushed it out. Now we have artificially increased the people's price with something that has no value for them if they're not using it. So that means anytime we make a change after we've done this, we have to make sure it doesn't affect this line unless they actually use the feature. So that means unless if they're using pub sub, the new feature, that line has to stay here. It makes this more difficult, and it makes you less likely to want to do this like really aggressively. I think. I've just been thinking about this because I thought that this was a really cool thing where you just paid for the CPU, memory, and storage, like of any service. You know how when you go to, we can go to any one of these and go to pricing, and you'll see a slur of different pricing things across all of them. And it can get really, really confusing, especially if you're on GCP. GCP's is amazing. Amazing. Just for storage, it gets complicated. I was going to see if they had anything for guard duty, but my thought was, you have a WAF, charge them for the CPU that the WAF uses. That'd be pretty cool. You just have to make sure that it doesn't discourage the operational efficiencies and the drive for better performance. Because the big player here is that this saves you billions of dollars. This doesn't. It saves your customers billions of dollars, which hopefully your customers learn to appreciate that and bring more business to you. That's what you'd have to look at it as. I think that should be good. I just had to think it out. Anyways, sorry. That was a rant on billing in the cloud. I also think, since we're talking about billing in the cloud, this is easier to wrap your mind around sometimes. 1 cent per message or 1 cent per million, like the Twilio. You know, we can send X number of messages per dollar or per penny or whatever. It's easier to wrap your head around because if Twilio took this approach over here, like what would this approach be? Like how much would one text message cost you? You don't really know. You could obviously do calculations, but it's just not as nice. It's not as easy to look at and understand. You would literally have to run the services to see how efficient they were with your workloads. So in that case, maybe customers would want this. Maybe they would want this opaque billing. I don't know. Me personally, I would like this billing. But it would be more opaque. Or this would be simpler, but more opaque. Sorry. This would just be more complicated. You'd have to run your service. Now, that being said, I've never seen one person able to quote how well their app will run in the cloud. Not once have I seen a person successfully quote how much it will cost. True fact. Including myself. I've been a part of those quotes. I have quoted wrong. I might have padded my stats too. All right, this is how much it will cost. I'll slap a 0 on the end of it. That will be good. That's a good cloud cost quote. Hey, Davis15, what's up? How are you? All right, what are we doing? So other than that, I don't know. There wasn't a whole lot going on in the news. Other than reInvent, I didn't find reInvent to be particularly interesting. There were quite a few firings or layoffs from VMware, and VMware used to be a very friendly remote work, is very much going to work from the office. We'll see how well it does. Broadcom is notorious for this. Yeah, it's kind of what they do. Honestly, yeah, Broadcom is ruining it. It is what they do. They don't do the IBM. So like IBM did the opposite approach of you take the company, Red Hat, and you slowly bring them in. You know, you boil them slowly. Broadcom is like, no. We're going to chop you up into 4 divisions. You will not operate separately. We're going to lay off a bunch of you. And it was brutal. But they've done this before in the past. So they've done this in the past. So yeah, I don't know that there was much else to talk about reInvent, which actually makes me sad. Which makes me sad that this was the most that we could talk about. And we've already just stomped on Q being reasonable for just about anything other than make me a CloudFormation template to spin up my spin up a Ubuntu EC2 instance. This is about the only thing it can do. Let's buy a successful company and cut it. Yeah. It doesn't seem to me the best. It doesn't seem like the best to me. I would be much more of an IBM style. I'm not saying that IBM did everything right, but I'm just saying that mentality that if you bought it, what you want to do is make your other stuff work really well with it. If you're Broadcom and you bought VMware, you want to make sure that VMware works really well with all of your systems. And now you have the vertical ability to do that and make sure that the entire vertical stack is supported by you. And you have a great ability to do that. That's why you buy VMware. If there is, I have seen this, but this is usually with smaller companies. You buy them for the people. That usually only works with small companies because the really good people at VMware will just leave and go somewhere else. That's the problem with the large companies. You get ended up with the people you don't want. Yeah. So I don't know. Q was yeah. I guess that's it for news, everyone. I have no news. I really didn't actually keep up with any of the other stuff. That was maybe my bad. Let me check and make sure I didn't stuff something away really quickly. I don't think I did. I don't think I did. No, I didn't. Sorry. News is bad this week. Those were the big things that I saw, though. All right. Should we do anything more with ML? Tomorrow. The news is AI is bad this week. Yeah. So tomorrow, 4:30 Eastern Standard Time, I was going to stream more, but I want something to do. I think maybe I will try to work on UI, and I'll try to use Copilot as well as V0 to build the dashboard, but to actually build the dashboard in Vue. So I know V0 only uses not Vue, Next, but I'll try to use V0 to get the basic design and then leverage that with AI code, with GitHub Copilot to make a Vue component. I think that maybe would be good. Is there something else you guys would like to see tomorrow as far as the AI games go? I want to say that it was a death by 1,000 cuts, but I think it was death by mass suicide. I think it was lemmings just jumping off a cliff. I have requested access to pay them money. If I can get on the wait list, I will use GPT-4 to see how good it is tomorrow. But honestly, Copilot seems to be on GPT-4, so I don't think it really matters because this is effectively the same thing. So we did some prompt engineering. We got GPT-3 to work with prompt engineering. I'm sorry. Bad phone. So we were able to effectively prompt engineer by breaking it up into small solvable pieces and asking it to fix the few mistakes that it had. ChatGPT 4 and Copilot over here seem to work fairly well, even though they did some things that aren't maybe kosher, like using accumulators instead of just equals, and some randomness. Yeah. And sometimes they just had failures. Like if you look here, I would consider this one a failure. Let's make this a little bit smaller. Yeah. Let's see. Was that the fourth one? Yeah. This one was kind of a failure. It missed the whole read it from disk part, but it's just a little failure. Oh, my bad. My bad. Oh, the frames are dropping, aren't they? So there was a ChatGPT 4 and Copilot are by far the best. They're not perfect, but are by far the best. Like to be a little pedantic, while this one works, it called it parse games when it's actually parsing the games and checking if the game is possible. Wait, is it? Oh, no, it's not. Okay. It did it. It did it. Yeah. So it did it. These are the only ones that have, though. All the other ones have been far off and various stages of far off. Also, I feel like they did C# the best. You know what I want to do? I want to do this in Python again. I felt like... Let's jump over here into a clean screen and ask it to do it in Python, because I feel like this was worse in Python. In Python. We also found that there was variation, distinct variation. These were all asked the exact same thing, and they are vastly different. This one used classes for cube, round. I don't even know what round is. Oh, a round. Okay, I got it. The game, whereas this one did just in a really big triple nested loop. These were all the exact same question. This one made dictionaries right here, just right here, straight in it, and then did the triple nested loop. This one actually is wrong. This one doesn't even work. So yeah, it's interesting. I don't even think this is correct. One second, I gotta. Yesterday, it did get the Python, but I don't think it's going to today. Check this out. All right, so this was the first one. Let's actually ask it again. Let's ask it again. The key here is you got to clear out the chat. You don't want it to be tainted by itself. Or maybe it's doing it. It looks like it's doing it. No, it got the wrong place here. Oh wait. Maybe it didn't. Maybe it didn't. Oh, this is right. Right cubes. Okay. It just breaks. So this doesn't actually have a condition. What does it matter if it hits this break or not? Nothing. It needs to like return true or false. It didn't quite get it, but it got close. It got close. It got very close. Let's check out the second try. Interestingly enough, it's actually a lot more consistent with Python. It's more consistent with Python. Now, this one calls split here. It has some variation. Where this one, I think, assumes the input was already split on new line. But a lot of this is actually the exact same. Which is cool. I mean, very rarely. This is way more consistent. So yeah, I think tomorrow what we'll do with the AIs is we're going to just try to work on Eddington's UI. We're going to try to see how well they do UI stuff. I've been studying up Vue, so I know the basics of Vue. I know a little bit more than the basics at this point, but I haven't typed a whole lot of it, so we'll see how much it can help me as a person that knows it in theory, doesn't practically write a whole bunch of it. Yeah, so we'll see how well that can do and how well we can. I have some credits for V0. I can buy some for this test for you guys. I have 950. Oh, my face is in the way. 950. So we can bust through some of this. I don't think it's too much to buy some. Oh my goodness. Oh, do you guys see this? Were they watching me? Do you guys not remember what I said? I said the one thing is I don't want to pay $20 and not get private generations. Like if there's an open source, something for people to explore, or hey, I'm making an open source project anyhow, well then great. Then great. There was not private generations unless if you were enterprise. They listened to me. I've never had a company listen so quickly either. GitHub, I had to complain for years about having fine-grained token access. Years. Whoa. Okay, V0. Vercel. Two more updates. First, every generation takes 10 credits. This is an asinine thing. It makes your credits look more. No, make it simple. If every generation, no matter how much words you type, is going to be 10 credits, make it 1 credit per generation. Make it simple. This way people understand. This is 500 generations. That's what you're paying for, okay? This is 500 generations. I can do it in my head. Just make it simple, okay? Do that. Up this 20 generations a month, not a great free tier. Not a great free tier. All right, make it at least 500. Make it 500. And then make it so that I have a promotion to get 1,000 for free that you pay me for if people use it. Okay? Do that and you'll have fixes. But I'm actually really excited because this was one of my major complaints, was that they had this $20 a month and you got optional credit purchase and 5,000 credits. Like this was all that you got for the $20 a month. And it was like, I'm paying you and I can't have private like generations that I can use in my thing. Like, ew. Okay, Vercel. I'm going to talk to you a little bit more. Check out this pricing. 1,250 credits for $10. That means you're charging me more per credit than you are for these 5,000. That is not cool. If I already have to pay $20 a month to get the 5,000, it should be $20 to get another 5,000. Or if you want a $10 tier, it should be 2,500. 2,500. This is garbage. This is hot garbage. I'm sorry. $30 for 4,000 more? You're charging me extra to use your service more? Usually you get a discount with bulk usage. You literally realize that bulk usage is at a premium? Are you serious? I'm sorry, that did turn around really quickly. My bad. I didn't mean. This is really good. This is a good first step, Vercel. This is a really good first step. You need to hire a VP who understands people and business. That was really rude about whoever your VP is that handles that. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it to be that. I'm just assuming nobody is doing it. All right. It wasn't about any one particular person. I just have to assume that you didn't think about this at all. Holy crap. You're punishing me to use your service more. Okay, well, I'm glad that you got the private generations for the premium tier, and I'll pick this up if we need to tomorrow. If we're having fun doing the V0, what I'd like to do is I'd like to combine V0 and Copilot to see if I can't make reusable view templates. If you guys remember when we were leveraging V0, one of the big things was you'd make this component. Let me click on a component and see it. You'd make this component, and this isn't actually a component. But if you look at the code for it, it's not a reusable component without props and things like that. So what I'd like to do is take this and make it a reusable component. I think it would be pretty easy if we were doing it in React, but we're going to do it in Vue. So we're going to see how much work it takes to take this and make it a Vue thing, make it a reusable Vue. I have what we have 95 generations. I can pay the $20 for your guys' education. We'll get you educated. I can say that because I live in Kentucky, okay? So yes, I am making fun of my own group of people. Cheers. Literally, I'm making fun of my neighbor. I love my neighbors. They're fantastic. All right, sorry, I didn't mean to rant like that. I didn't realize their pricing structure penalized you for bulk usage. That's new. I've never seen that model before. I am going to tweet about it because I don't understand it. Usually the credits that you pay for are usually at least the exact same. So like 5,000 for $20 and or cheaper, like especially if you buy them in bulk. So that stunned me. Anyways, I'm going to get going for tonight. I think I'll prepare a little bit for like what we want the UI to kind of look like. I'm going to draw it up, not in V0. And then we're going to see if we can't massage V0 to get something cool that looks kind of like what we want, and then use other AIs to do that. So yeah. Anyways, thanks everybody for joining. And I look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. And yeah. Anyways, have a fantastic weekend, or rest of your weekend, and have a fantastic week. I hope your week is pretty amazing next week. See ya.